Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Is the microphone working? Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yep, mic's working. Quite a, like a 10-second delay. It's not ideal. But as the title suggests, it's time for some garage activity. Yep, that's right. Time has come again for the garage. And let me clip this somewhere for now. Boom. Take this here. I'll take this with me. And all this stuff. Why not? Just in case I want to go for a ride. Test drive after. Yeah. So, what is new? Well, my cylinder head has been destroyed. Yep. That's right. Destroyed. How? Well, it was my own doing. It was my own doing. Well, doesn't really matter, does it? Essentially, it's unusable, so I bought a new one. Or $800 off eBay, which was probably a good purchase. Pulled the trigger on it because this is from a 2013, which is Gen 2. And it needed to be after 2011, I think, to be exactly the same as the cylinder head that I was using on my 2017. And I didn't see anything else like it on eBay at the time. And I didn't really know when the next time something like that would be available. If I didn't buy it, someone else got it. So I bought it. And I'd been wanting to replace that thing for a while anyway. Because a couple of reasons. The valve clearances were all out of whack, and there was like nothing I could do to fix it, evidently. And one of the cam shafts I was using was not the same as the original one because it was missing a thing called an automatic compression release. Automatic compression release gadget or something like that. So, and I tried to get to the bottom of the issue with the valve clearances. I'm measuring everything, precise measuring tools, and I couldn't figure it out. So, after 70,000 miles, I've already replaced my cylinder and the piston, so it was probably time to replace the cylinder head as well. And I'm pretty happy with it. It actually sounds a lot less like Uncle Buck's clunker when I start it up. So that's cool. But after installing that, I'm having some issues. I don't know if it's the carburetor or if it's something to do with the valves. It's acting like the diaphragm in the carburetor is not sealed correctly. Because I know what those symptoms are like. You get reduced acceleration power. But this is a little bit different. It's not consistently reduced. It seems to be only at higher speeds. So the first thing I'm going to check is the timing chain alignment of the two camshafts for the valves. That coffee smells good, but it's too late for coffee. It's time for beer. I'm gonna try to hopefully see if I can adjust the cam lobes at all for the valves. And if I can do that, I will probably test the bike without taking the carb out. That's always a pain. And see if it's working any better. If it looks like there was any kind of improvement. I also need to loosen up the drive chain a little bit because I had a pop tire the other day, and when I changed the tire tube, I put the wheel on too tight, or made the chain too tight when I put the wheel back on, so it's not good. Fix that. So that's where it's at. And I was hoping that replacing the cylinder head would somehow make the bike a lot quieter but it's still loud as shit. It doesn't sound as clunky, like I said, but it's like still really loud, and I don't like it. I want to fix it somehow, or at least figure out why it seems so loud. I mean, the next thing I can try is an aftermarket exhaust head pipe. That's kind of like the last thing there is to try. I don't know what else I could possibly do to make the bike not sound as awfully loud. So that's where it's at. Whew. Let us begin. Let us begin. I'm also not sure if the radiator fan's working or not, to be honest. I tried to reconnect or redo the freaking wire connection point here for the sensor. It's supposed to activate the fan when the coolant temp rises above a certain point. So I don't know if that's working or not. I just want to replace that whole thing with the fan and the sensor with this product that I know of. Seems really good. It's a whole different fan, and you just power it, and the sensor goes right on your radiator. So there's no like craziness here with this whole like sensor actually inside the frickin' radiator. I've been dealing with this barely working like since I got the bike, it seems like. The first thing I did when I got the bike was drive it into a ditch and bust the radiator. It was really disappointing. It was like one of the first things I did was take off across some field in San Marcos and not see a ditch and crash. But prompted me to get the crash bars. All right, where is this light on? Empty the old pockets. Pop this off. It really feels like a never-ending struggle to maintain this bike. Oh Oh, by the way, here's the obliterated, get some gloves on. Real quick. The Restream. There we go. Kind of see what's going on. The obliterated front right exhaust valve housing. See that right there. The whole valve lifter got jammed down into the body of the engine, or whatever this is, the cylinder head, which shattered that. Essentially, the timing chain was stronger than this metal right here, and it forced the cam lobe to go through its cycle, even though the shim had come out and got like lodged in there probably, and then caused it to go and just like jam straight down there. And as soon as that happened, the engine quit. And I was like, well, I know what happened, because I was trying to experiment with putting a little piece of feeler gauge under the shim. Which did not work. But it's fine. I don't think I ever would have had the good sense to buy the new cylinder head off eBay if I hadn't destroyed the current one. It's fine. Nothing else was damaged, apparently. That's fortunate. Timing chain. Appeared undamaged. I inspected it. Hopefully it didn't get bent or anything, because if that thing got messed up, well, and I wouldn't be able to align the cam shafts appropriately. But they say this is a beginner bike, which seems wrong to me, because, well, first of all, it encourages you to drive off-road. But as far as speed goes, top-end speed, yeah, it's not very fast. However, if by beginner bike they mean you can know nothing about engines and still try to work on it and have it practically destroy itself, you can abuse the engine, is what I'm saying, and it'll still work. So it's a good beginner motorcycle in that sense, I think. It's a good engine to learn on because it's so forgiving. And I've done a lot of learning on this thing. Yeah. Pull that baby off. Ooh. Maybe I'll move the light so it's not really how you do lighting in movie productions, is it? Pointed directly at the camera? You know, I think I want it over here. Behind the camera. How does that look? Not bad. All right. Here we go again. Might put on some relaxing music. Something that's not gonna trigger copyright claims everywhere. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Probably can't really hear it through the mic. Doesn't matter. Where's my headlight? This thing even charged. It says red. Battery red. That probably means it's low, doesn't it? All right. Well, the camera should probably be over there. Yeah, fuck it. Don't matter. Get this thing out of here. Every time I take this lid off, it's a risk because It's constantly spraying oil out of it for God knows why. So I don't put it on exactly right. Okay. Video game remix music playlist. Beer's really hitting the spot. You know what, I'm gonna move this so I'm not sticking out my ass the whole time. That good? Like right here. This little screw here, and then you can remove whatever this thing is, the oil pipe thing. Watch out for the little O-ring that goes in there. Too big? Size 12, right? It's 13. Where's 12? There's Check all these guys out. Probably going to watch me struggle quite a bit with getting the lid off without removing the radiator. The manual tells you to remove the radiator, but that's the whole thing. So since it's possible to do it without that, son of a, are you kidding me? So definitely not going to do that. Well, the last time I did just kind of detach the radiator without draining any of the fluid. So this is like a very technical puzzle. This needs to come over the top part there. But that, okay, so that kind of helps a little bit. It's one of the automatic compression release mechanism. Actually makes this a lot harder. I wonder if there's some way to do this. I'm not realizing this is the proper method. So you really just kind of have to fiddle with it until it comes out. And you can't go this direction. It's impossible. This point right here. Just have to like kind of crazy. I don't really know how to. I think removing bolts from the radiator helps a lot. It's so time consuming. Yeah, screw it, I'll do it. Probably save time. I don't think I need to change the socket size anyway. Yeah, let's scratch that. Dang, it's seeping a little bit. There's a bigger spot there. It's not hard to get to because the crash bar is there. There we go. That should be good. Oh, not quite yet. Okay. Alright, so now I can push that out of the way a little bit, which gives me the tiniest bit of clearance. Space to move this that direction a little bit, which allows me to, yeah, that's pretty necessary. Just putting it back on is the part you need to not screw up, or else you'll be doing it again because you're leaking oil. Alright, so that's, what the hell did I just drop? One of these things? Fuck. There it is. Okay. So now you put the bike at top dead center by rotating the rotor nut clockwise. Sure, everything's looking in here. These are still on tight. Nothing rattling loose. Fortunately, if I do need to adjust these camshaft gears, I have to take all these bolts out. Okay, where's my other bag of tools? Yeah. funny, like, you put 70,000 miles on a motorcycle or any machine, any kind of car. It's like you've dug yours, and you don't maintain it while you're doing it. It's like you've dug yourself a 70,000 mile fucking deep hole that's impossible to get out of. That's what it feels like. You know, this is a very small, simple machine. Like, it just feels like I can't get it to like work well ever again consistently. How's the oil doing, by the way? Should be good. I haven't seen it leaking. Could be getting burned up somehow. Ooh, it's looking good. That's good. You know, if your oil is getting burned up, it's probably the piston rings. Learned that the hard way. We really need to have this upright to do this part. So now I'm turning the rotor bolt, and I'm looking through a little peephole for an indicator on the oh, that's one thing I wanted to check too. The manual was that I'm not wrong about the indicator I'm looking for. Alright, so I really don't think it's gonna get any better than that. Shit. The arrow on the left seems like it's pointed upward a little bit. But that's how I had it before, and if I move the gears forward one notch, it's basically pointed down at that point. Like if I put that down one, the arrow's basically, it's like pointed down. It's like, god damn it. I guess I can try it. But if I do try it, I have to like, I have to reset the frickin'. You know what, it looks like that's leaking oil anyway, so might as well. try it, see if I notice an improvement in the performance. Why not? Anything to put off cleaning the carb. You know what? That seal could be better, probably. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. I mean, this is in here pretty snug. I think I actually have the old one of these, which I might switch to because this like protrudes too much and hits my leg. Yeah, this is it right here. Let's switch back to this right now. This was an unnecessary purchase off of Amazon or wherever. At least they got the little bolts that you use. Oh shit, this is for the wrong bike. Probably. Alright, it's going back on. Gotta protect the reservoir. Nope. Ah! All right, so I guess I'm doing this. Let me check them in real quick. Engine top end, chapter 4, page 70. The thing I've looked at the most. 16. T mark on the rotor is aligned with the index mark in the timing hole. And all the globes should be pointed outward. And I measured all the valve clearances with this new cylinder head and the shims it came with. And it's all perfect. That's awesome. It's worth the money right there. But, I mean, if the engine performance is worse than it was before, like by a lot, that's not good. And I don't think one tiny notch on this cam level is going to make that big a difference. Who knows? Or maybe something got damaged when the engine obliterated one of the valves that I don't know about. I don't think so. Didn't look like it. It was in a safe part on the right side of the cylinder head. Because over here, on the left side is where the channel to the crankcase is. Alright, so if I want to adjust this one a little bit, I'm going to need to redo the chain tensioner. And I'm going to need to, actually, if I just take the chain tensioner off, no, I need to at least remove this. And I'm pretty sure in the case of the left-hand side gear here, I need to undo all these bolts. Damn it, I really don't know if this is worth it. mean, it might take less time to just pull the carb out again and check the slider functionality. Because by the way that thing descends when you push it up and let it slide back down, you can tell how much, if it slides down too quickly, well, then you know there's something wrong with the diaphragm. The arrow is a little bit tilted upward. But if I move that one notch down, it's going to be pointing downward majorly, which I know can't be right. Yeah, I think I might just save myself some time and pull the carburetor up. It's probably a good choice. I bought some carb cleaner anyway. I could take it apart and clean it. What did I do to this? Oh, wait a minute. No, it moved back. I actually turned it. Maybe it's this one that needs to rotate. The back one. I suppose it wouldn't be any different. That one was solid right there. That's as good as it gets. It's gotta be. Exhaust valves open, exhaust valves closed, intake valves open, intake valves closed, top dead center, exhaust valves open, exhaust valves closed. Intake valves open, intake valves closed, top of the center. So all of a sudden it seems like it's impossible to align these perfectly the way I used to be able to. But only slightly. Which to me doesn't seem like a huge deal. It's almost like it needs to travel the distance that just 1/2 link would allow. Alright, let's pull the carb out. I checked the carb and I don't see anything wrong with the diaphragm. Then maybe I'll mess around with the timing. I don't want to do this. Do I even have any replacement diaphragms? I might. I have this bag that has a bunch of jetting and stuff in it, but yeah, no carburetor diaphragm. Could just be that it's not sealed correctly against the like the carburetor body. Okay. Well, let's do it. Exactly my ties and Yahtzee out here. Let's do it. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to show you God does exist. I also need to like fix whatever the fuck's going on here. Something got bent in the carburetor body got bent here. Little throttle mechanism. Brutal. Alright, now we unscrew this screw right here on the cubby. You know, they make like better carburetors for the KLR. That at least like improve throttle response and speed and stuff. But I don't think they improve gas mileage. I think this is probably as good as it gets for miles per gallon. I doubt they improve gas mileage. MPG. And I'd rather have a machine that can accelerate quickly at high speeds? No. But does it go forever on a... Like I can go like 240 miles on a full tank of gas in this thing. Fully loaded. Assuming there's not a lot of wind. Not going into the wind. Found that out the hard way. Damn, it stays on. Whew. I really don't enjoy working on this thing. I'm not like a working in your garage enthusiast. I wish I had a motorcycle that just worked all the time. I like riding it. Fucking working on it. But damn, how'd this get all bent? But you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm not rich, so I can't just send it to a mechanic. Which I absolutely would do. I don't know if I would do it. I'd have to really trust the mechanic. I don't mind learning about the motorcycle. Because these things are designed to go way out in the desert. There's nobody to help you out there. If your motorcycle breaks, you'll be able to fix it yourself. Be real careful not to touch these two terminals down here. Start a relay. But this is a good thing to get out of the way. When you pull my card out, I'm trying to put the choke cable back on specifically. This size 10. Size 10. And that should work. Cool. Now I can push that out of the way. The battery's still hooked up. It's kind of dangerous to fuck with this thing when that's the case, but it's a little bit easier. Actually, I should disconnect both. Terminals. All the shit out of the way. Start a relay. And now the thing that is the bane of my existence, the choke cable on this bike. Should just pop right the fuck out. Yep, there it is. And then also, again, the crash bars make everything harder to do on this bike. You gotta have them. You gotta have them. Here's getting pretty long. Alright, now we remove this thing by force. Actually, I like to pop that off first. It's easier to put on after the fact. Oh, that popped right out of that. I don't know if that was in there too good. This is a different little snorkel here. Well, it's not different. Cylinder head's different. That's the same. I don't really know what the best way to get this thing out is when there's crash bars here. Yeah. Maybe twist it this way and turn it upward. This is the heart of the motorcycle. Yeah. It's getting all stuck, isn't it? Trying to pull its heart out. Come on. Give me your heart. Twist it 360 degrees. 180 degrees. God damn it. I feel like it's harder than it used to be with the new cylinder head. Something about it. Literally just spinning it around down here. There we go. Yes. All right, so that diaphragm seems to be intact. You can tell just by how it drops back down. Fuck. Well, guess I'll clean it anyway. I don't know if I still have the screwdriver that I need. Clean the jets and stuff. It's amazing how that creates such a good seal. Angled metal. Ooh, butterfly valve. Well, here's what I'm testing. The fact that doesn't descend all at once when I drop it, but there's like some suction to it. That tells me that the rubber diaphragm that's up here is probably fine. I might look at it anyway. kind of hard to get it back on perfectly. Could be a slight tear in it. More space up here. Running out of space. This can go over here. Just keep your workspace clean. Where's my chair at? Now we take the carburetor apart. Try to clean it. But first, inspect the rubber diaphragm carefully. Are there any tears or anything else like that? Which I've had before. It's unfortunate that I'll have to order a replacement. Don't already have a replacement on hand. Maybe that's something I should carry with me. I'm a big believer in redundant systems, or just carrying spare replacement parts for your stuff. Extra shifter, extra clutch and throttle cables. Anything that's liable to break and looks pretty good. Do not see any tears or holes or anything. Make sure that stays correct. the little washers in there. The 22-cent mod, they call it. Two little washers. I kind of like to return it to the default setting, but I forget which notch this was on. I wonder what the manual says. Carburetor 151. There's the jet. There's the needle. That's right, this is a completely different needle. I wonder if I have the old one. Maybe the issue was with how I had the choke plunger screwed in there. Pretty sure the way that thing works is when you pull this lever, it pulls the fucking jet or whatever it is, pulls it. Where's that thing? The force that binds us. True force that binds you. There it is. So when you do it pulls it out. Yeah, so if I didn't have that in all the way, it would have been like always riding with some choke. That might have been the problem right there. Probably not. I don't know if I have a small enough flathead screwdriver anymore to take this carb completely apart. Where is that little baggie of carb parts? There it is. Does not have the main needle. Okay. I'll keep this a little more handy. Inline fuel filter. Good idea. All right. Pretty running on the outside. I can't believe how wide angle this camera lens is.
We are going to have to act if we want to live in a different world.
Oh shit, was I missing a screw? In this thing? I think I was. That's not good. Clean the carb. When you don't know what to do, clean the carb. That's my motto. Maybe just a normal flathead would do it. More specifically, the Jetson carb. Man, they just don't make video game music like they used to. Alright, so I got these two flatheads. This one's the smaller one. I also have this thing, which could come in handy. Oh, it does fit down there. That's what she said. Can I unscrew it, right? Can I unscrew this? Or is it too fat? I can unscrew it. Is it working? That's good, okay. This is the main jet. You can see through it just fine. I can see through this as well. Not super clearly. So that could maybe be something that needs cleaning. In order to clean these, what I like to do is put them into a small container, which I believe I should have somewhere. A film canister. Where did it go? Hey, you know what? That little film canister was something that at some point, shit, did I ever get it back in my toolkit is the question. Oh yeah, oh, here it is. What about this bag here? Tactical rubber bands. There's a little film canister and a bunch of carburetor parts. Oh hey, I do have a standard needle. Maybe I switch back to that. Go back to stock on this baby. Engine top end, 70. See, here's where it shows the camshaft timing being like perfectly freaking aligned. I guess maybe it's slightly off in their photo. It actually is. I need this machine to work. A thumper. Where the hell is the carburetor? Top end, of course, it's not top end, it's fuel. Fuel system, 151. So, the main jet. What I'm looking for is what exactly the number is on the main jet that they have you use by default. Which I think they say, yeah, I think they should tell you in here. The main jet, number 29. Clean all the parts. Carburetor operation. Clean all the parts of the carburetor. All the parts in carburetor cleaner. Use compressed air to clean all passages, orifices, and vents in the carburetor body. Inspect the main jet assembly and pilot jet, figure 31. Oh yeah, I forgot a piece of the pilot jet. There it is. Doesn't want to come out. Come on. I can push out on it from up top. I have something small enough. I'm always using these things. There it is. Carburetor operation. Before disassembling the carburetor, understand the function of the pilot, needle, and main jet circuits. When evaluating or troubleshooting these circuits, keep in mind that their operating ranges overlap during the transition from closed to fully open throttle. Common factors that affect carburetor performance are altitude, temperature, and engine load. If the engine is not running or performing up to expectations, check the following before adjusting or replacing the components in the carburetor. Throttle cables. Check that the cables are not dragging and are correctly adjusted. Air filter. Check that the air filter is clean. Fuel flow. Check that fuel is adequately flowing from the tank to the carburetor. Inspect inline filter screens for plugging. Ignition timing. Check that timing is correct. I don't know how to do that. Choke. Check that the choke fully opens and closes. Muffler. Check that the muffler is not restricting flow. I don't think it is. Brakes. Check that the brake pads are not dragging on the discs. Pilot jet circuit. The pilot circuit controls the air-fuel ratio. So that one is... do some learning together here. Pilot jet, number 16. That's this guy right here. Pilot circuit controls the air-fuel ratio from closed throttle to about 1/4 throttle. Air enters the pilot air jet. A figure 44A. Okay. That's the one on the left. Air enters the pilot air jet. Makes sense. That's where the air intake, the air filter. So it enters there. Okay. Where it passes to the pilot jet, 45A, down the little hole there that the pilot jet goes in. Pilot jet draws fuel from the float chamber and mixes it with the air from the pilot air jet. The atomized air-fuel mixture passes to the pilot mixture screw, 45B. Oh yes, the thing that I can adjust from the outside of the bike. Pilot mixture screw, where it is regulated into the throat of the carburetor. The mixture is discharged from the pilot hole, 46A, Okay. That's supposed to close right on the little group of holes there. (46A). Turning the pilot mixture screw in will lean the air fuel mixture entering the engine, while turning the screw out will enrich the mixture. So when you're at high altitudes, the air is thinner, which means there's less oxygen per air molecule, I guess. And so in response to that, so turning it out will enrich it, turning it in will de-rich it, which is the same as leaning it out. It kind of seems like leaning the air fuel mixture. Okay, so leaning it means it's taking fuel away, and enriching it means it's adding fuel. So you want to take fuel away when you're at high altitude, which means turning it in. The pilot hole and mixture screw affects idle and low engine speeds. As the throttle plate is open, it uncovers the bypass pilot holes, B, which then become effective. These holes are connected to the passage between the pilot jet and pilot mixture screw. They are not affected by the mixture screw. As engine speed increases, fuel is drawn through these passages directly from the pilot jet. For high altitudes, the pilot jet is interchangeable with a jet that provides a leaner air-fuel mixture. See, like I said, you want to decrease the fuel being mixed with the air when you're at high altitude, which is leaning it out. Refer to Table 1 for the recommended pilot jet sizes. Let's take a look at Table 1. The shit. Main jet, 145, pilot jet, 40. I was using pilot jet 42, and the main jet, I think I can still see, kind of. $145. So I think I've been using the same main jet that the bike came with. But maybe not the same pilot jet. That's what I have now. Let's say 140. Or just 40. That's 40. Alright, let's go back to the normal pilot jet. You know what? I'll wash that anyway. $138. Some of the other size main jets I have here. 160. $150. $155. $155. $142. And this one's all jacked up. Can't read it. This is probably the one that came with the bike. This one says 140. Oh, it says 145. That's what we want, 145. So, we can go back to the standard everything's standard on the card. Let us continue. Oh yes. Oh yes, let us. Jet needle circuit. The jet needle is connected to the slide and controls the mixture from approximately 1/4 to 3/4 throttle. Air enters the main jet, figure 44B. It's that one right there. Where it passes to the needle jet holder and needle jet. These parts are located above the main jet, figure 45C. Yes. Right there, that's where the main jet goes. All right. Needle comes down from above. The main jet holder. Located above the main jet. The needle jet holder mixes fuel from the float chamber with the air from the main air jet. Atomized air fuel mixture passes to the needle jet where it is regulated by the jet needle into the throat of the carburetor. As the throttle is opened, the needle rises and the fuel is regulated by the needle taper. The vertical position of the needle in the slide is not adjustable. I can't believe they ever got this thing to work. It's crazy. The way it accelerates and idles so smoothly. Throttle needle rises, the fuel is regulated by the needle taper. The vertical position of the needle in the slide is not adjustable unless you buy a kit. Main jet circuit. The main jet 45C is screwed to the bottom of the needle jet holder and controls the mixture from approximately 3/4 to full throttle. 45C, or main jet, screwed to the bottom of the needle holder and controls the mixture from approximately 3/4 to full. The main jet is numbered and is interchangeable with jets that provide a leaner or richer air fuel mixture. Replacing the standard jet with a larger number jet will make the mixture richer. Jets with a smaller number will make the mixture leaner. Many of these jets are for off-road use. For high altitudes, the main jet is interchangeable with a jet that provides a leaner air fuel mixture. Refer to table 1 for the standard recommended main jet sizes. Choke circuit. Choke circuit consists of a plunger assembly, figure 47, and starter jet, 45D. Boom. That starter jet. Okay, so that's the thing that I can adjust from the outside of the bike. All right? Yeah. Is it? This thing right here. No. I'm talking about this thing right here. Starter jet. It's something I can't remove. It's standard sized. Definitely needs to be cleaned, though, I think. The jet discharges fuel from the orifice in the plunger bore, 48A. The plunger bore also intersects an air vent, 49A, connecting the bottom of the slide diaphragm chamber and the throat of the carburetor. It's just a straight up hole. Must see. Oh, okay. Lots of little holes around this thing. I don't think I have any compressed air though, sadly. When the choke is operated, connecting the bottom of the slide diaphragm and the throat of the carburetor. Choke circuit consists of a plunger assembly Connecting the bottom of the slide diaphragm. When the choke is operated, the plunger opens the fuel and air passages. As the engine is cranked, air and fuel is drawn through these passages. So it's important that the plunger goes all the way in its little hole. Because it's blocking that air passage. As the engine is cranked, air and fuel is drawn through these passages to the carburetor throat. When the choke plunger is closed, the air and fuel passages are closed. This type of choke is most effective if the throttle remains closed during startup in order to maintain high vacuum at the air and fuel passages. Good to know. Let's see. Air cutoff valve circuit. The function of the air cutoff valve circuit is to richen the pilot jet system air-fuel mixture during compression braking, such as descending steep grades when the engine speed is high but the throttle is closed. With this valve, the engine will develop a lean air-fuel mixture in the pilot system, which will cause backfiring and possible engine damage. The air cutoff valve consists of a one-piece diaphragm with cylinder, plunger, spring, and cover assembly. The function of the assembly is to open and close an air passage in the plunger bore. It's pretty high-tech. During acceleration and steady running speeds, the diaphragm and plunger are in the down position. This allows air to vent from a passage in the slide diaphragm cover in the diaphragm chamber, 49B. Is that so? That's what that is. To the plunger bore, 48B. Talking about this little thing right here, which I'm not going to take apart. The air then passes to the pilot jet system. During acceleration, when the throttle valve is closed, engine vacuum vents. Maybe I should take it apart. Probably, sounds like it. To the plunger bore, the air passes to the pilot jet system. During deceleration. Okay, so the function of the assembly is to open and close an air passage in the plunger bore. During acceleration and steady running speeds, the diaphragm and plunger are in the down position. This allows air to vent from a passage to the slide diaphragm chamber to the plunger bore. The air then passes to the pilot jet system. During a deceleration, when the throttle valve is closed, engine vacuum vents through a passage, figure 46C. Okay. That little hole that's in there, right there. Leading to the air cutoff valve cover. The vacuum pulls the diaphragm out, causing the plunger to block the air passage in the plunger bore. This reduces the amount of air going to the pilot jet system, and a rich fuel mixture is discharged from the pilot hole. When acceleration resumes, the vacuum holding the diaphragm out is reduced, and the spring pushes the diaphragm and plunger down, again creating a normal fuel mixture in the pilot jet system. Crikey. There's that freaking vacuum-operated petcock. Ah, yes, the evaporative emissions control system, which I violently removed from the motorcycle. for California models only. Okay. A little refresher course on that. So now, take all these little jets and stuff, put them in here, grab my carburetor cleaning solution, just put some rubber gloves on. I got so much work to do on the Print Genie web app. Assuming they are smart enough to take me up on my offer to focus on refactoring it. Shake it up. Well, that's not really working. Not exactly watertight. You can go like that. Just let it soak. And then over here, probably should have some kind of goggles on. This stuff will come back and hit you in the eyeballs. But just gotta wear my helmet. Sprayed into all the little holes and jets that they mentioned. Dropped it. You can remember everywhere where they said. Breathe in all the fumes. Whew, got a little bit in the eyeball. These little holes here covered up by the... I'll get those too. Okay, that's probably good. And just kind of set it on some towels to dry. Put this with the toxic liquid. Okay. All right. Get all our little components out of here. Is that everything? I guess so. I wonder if that helped at all with this. It's basically still the same size. That hole's a little bit clearer. I guess it should be, it's a different size. Damn. Is that hole really supposed to be that small? I don't know about that. Let me make a comparison. Some of these other jets here. Well, that's way, way bigger. Oh, there's just a bunch of fluid in there. All right. Let's put this thing back together. So, first things first. actually need to reference the diagram. I'm actually designing a video game myself. Well, it's a card game, so it could be played in person. That might be where most of the market is, but I'm going to make a digital version of it if I ever get around to it. It's a matter of designing the rule set to a point where I'm satisfied with it. I've thought about card games more than I ever thought I would have. What actually makes them games. All the different subtle differences between the most popular card game rule sets. I don't look up all the cards, but the core rules are what I'm interested in. Core rules of Magic, the Gathering, the core rules of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the core rules of Pokemon. I don't know how Flesh and Blood is played very well. To be honest, and that game actually looks pretty cool. But I have some ideas that I think are exciting. Well, I don't know how exciting, but damn, this is filthy. Clean this up a little bit. I'd love to get to the point where I can create a prototype. Because I have all this programming knowledge. And with ChatGPT, everything is so easy now to do quickly. There's other tools that you can actually use your IDE that I know are better or whatever, but as far as I'm concerned, just having ChatGPT is such a huge thing. If I just had the design figured out, I could code it up so fast to where people could play online. And I could test it out. I could play test it. Some friends start creating the cards, because that would be the bulk of the work, is creating the cards. That is the game, is the cards. The core rule set is the game too, but the thing that is time consuming is, oh, what is this? What's this little abnormality here? Guess it's okay. Can't see through it. It's the cards that are make up the trading card games, is the cards themselves. And I like the idea of designing cards from a mechanical perspective. That's fun. Like, oh, hey, wouldn't it be cool if this guy, manipulated the game within the bounds of the rule set in this way? And that would sort of match his flavor, whatever creature or whatever. I just think there's room for improvement on the design of the most popular trading card games, card battlers that are out there right now. 100%. Because the combat is the thing. The thing that determines whether or not one card destroys another card. In almost every card game is a simple comparison between magnitudes of some statistic. And there might be some Boolean check that prevents combat or modifies it in some way. But that's it. Whereas if you look at something like chess, what determines if one piece is capable of destroying another piece in chess? Well, it's their relative positions on a 2D grid. And what that particular chess piece's movement and attack capabilities are. Basically, pawns. The only two pieces that don't attack the squares where they can move are pawns and knights, or the rooks, the horses. Well, the horse attacks where it moves, but the horse moves in a weird way. Anyway, there's a strategic sort of maneuvering aspect to chess. That you could potentially incorporate into a card game to a degree. That would give people a way to sort of still win, even if the cards didn't fall in their favor. Give them a little bit of a mechanical angle to outplay their opponent. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. And then also the things like you have with card games where it's very confusing, like all the steps that are in a player's turn. Waiting for your opponent to respond to things. It's messy, like, oh, it's my turn, but you need to do shit during my turn. It's not your turn yet, but you need to like respond and like, or whatever, It's all very messy. And there's different types of cards, so your starting hand might like be a bunch of unplayable cards. That's like design flaw in my mind. And Richard Garfield tried to address some of these things with Keyforge, but I don't think it was a very good design. What he ended up with. I think the simplest game is the best game. The simplest rules, simplest cards. I mean, you'd still have a huge variety of cards, but they would all be the same type of card. Pretty much. All right. Now, we're going to put this thing back in here. Standard mode, which means we get rid of these little washers here. 22-cent mod. Is my microphone even still on? Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, so very simply, man, I was so spoiled when I first got this motorcycle. Worked perfectly, but I was like, I want it to be faster and better acceleration, better speed. So, should be able to tell right away if the seal was made correctly. Well, it looks like it. Okay. Screw this back down. Like, you put like a master chess player up against a amateur, he could be down half the number of pieces or more and still win, because there's such a huge what am I trying to say? I guess it's because there's such a large array of potential actions at any point in time during your turn in chess. It's sort of difficult to get away from the concept of just manipulating spaces on a 2D grid. However, I mean, what else is there that you could manipulate? Vectors? The thing that's cool about chess is you can think through it. I don't play a lot of chess, but just from my amateur's perspective, you can imagine so many different scenarios. You can think about if you know the rules, well enough. You can kind of think about the game intuitively, with an intuitive sense. But chess is a complete information game. Whereas card games are never complete information. You don't know what your opponent has in his hand. You don't know what he has in his deck a lot of the times. You don't know what he's going to draw in the future. And you don't know what you were going to draw. You could reduce the unknowns by giving both players the same deck of cards every time. That would probably be a smart thing to do, at least for a prototype. People like card games because of the randomness factor. It makes them a little more fun. All right, that's good. So now we want to put the shorter side in first, right? Down through the hole that goes to where the needle is. Oh no, we put the longer side in. It's a little deceptive, that diagram. So this goes through the needle. Essentially, right? Why does that look different? The fuck? Am I seeing things? Oh, because it's removed. I didn't remove this. Maybe I should have to clean it. I still can. I'll remove it real quick. Where this little hole is here. Gonna be cleaned. What happened to my little red plastic? Uh-oh. I'll lose this thing. It's like a little spring there, huh? Correct, yeah.
There is an energy stable situation.
Does the world have enough freaking card games and stuff? At the moment, probably, yes. But something I like to think about. Because I don't spend a lot of time playing card games, and I like card games. But there's none out there that I really think are that great. Like the rules are all too. If you combined the randomness of having 250 cards or 1,000 cards in a set, all of which your opponent could construct a deck of 40 from or whatever. If you combine that with like a real clean, easy to understand, intuitive core rule set, I think people would be really drawn to that because it would outshine all the other games in its simplicity. But it would be simple, but it would still have the depth of having all those cards in the card base. And I think I could be the guy to invent it. I just need to come up with a few last concepts. And then it's off to the races in terms of designing cards. These fumes are getting to my head. Stay focused. That needs to go through the hole. Yep. Everything cool? Doesn't want to screw down all the way. And I'd love to use my programming knowledge for something that was my own idea and that I think is a good idea. I would really enjoy building something that was my own idea and a good idea. Something I was excited about. Oh, jeez. It's not the right size screwdriver. Gentlemen, this is about combat. Okay. All right, and just like that, it's back to standard. Well, this isn't standard. basically does the same thing. Back to the stock settings. And at this point, I can put this back on. Don't have all the screws for it, sadly. And that's it. Pop this baby back on, back in. I'm gonna leave the cam loops the way they are because that's probably as good as it's gonna get. And I will take this for a little test ride at night. I do that a lot. And it always seems like a bad idea. Because if it breaks down, I'll try to find someone who's awake that will tow me somewhere. I need to look that up preemptively. A good company for getting a tow from. I don't know anybody out here that can help me with a tow for my motorcycle. If I need it. Fuck. I'm gonna put these guys. Oh, just gotta screw this back in. Screw it all the way in, and then the manual says how much to back this one out. I can still clean this. Yeah, screw it, I will. You never know. Actually, is there a spring in there? There is a spring in here, isn't there? Yeah, there's a spring in it. Okay, that's good. Like if you were talking about chess, both players, I control a queen piece and you control a pawn piece. Every piece has the same lethality when it comes to attacking each other, but they have different aspects in terms of movement and range. And they have the shared component of not only their own and each other's pieces, the other player's pieces, but the board itself and the constraints that puts on the game. And that all translates to whether or not any one of my particular pieces can or cannot kill one of your particular pieces, hopefully the king, during my turn. So that's the depth that chess has. Some of the factors that create the depth that chess has when it comes to the combat, I guess, if you want to call it that. So how can we add some depth to a card game? Without needing the component of the board. Because the board is important. If you were playing chess and you had an imaginary board and you just said, every turn your pieces didn't actually move anywhere, but you just said, okay, I move my pawn to, e4, and then you have to remember you just like saw the values that they were the values of the coordinates they were occupying, like below each chess piece. It would be very difficult to imagine where they all were in relation to each other on the board, the imaginary board. So the board in chess is important. There's usually no kind of board in a card game. You just throw your cards down on the table. Now, some card games are take into account the relative position of your cards on the table. Like Keyforge, for example, when you played cards on the board, you had to keep track of where you put them relative to each other in a row. And I think my game will probably incorporate a similar concept. Even though I would prefer that it didn't. I think it's necessary if I want to achieve some of the other things that I think are more important than not having to worry about that. For example, concept of like auto-targeting, not having to point at cards on the table when you do something. It should be understood by both players as soon as you take an action, what that action is doing exactly. There's no decision point. It's like in chess. When you take an action in chess, it's very clear what you did. There's no like communication errors happening in chess. It's just what you see the other guy do is what he did. So I have to look at how many turns out. One and 5/8 turns out. So how does? Ooh, I have some cool little markers right here that I bought at Randall's. So I can mark this like that. So that's like 12 o'clock position, 1, and then 5/8. What would 5/8 be on a 12 o'clock clock? Going counterclockwise. What's 5/8 in 12ths? Well, it's 10/16. 10/16. So that would be 15/24, right? 10/16 is 15/24. Is that how fractions work? I don't think so. Let me just see if I'm right about that. That's something I'm curious about in itself. if I multiply the denominator by 1.5, can I do the same to the divisor or whatever the fuck it's called? 10/16. 10 divided by 16 equals 0.625, okay. And then I wanted to see if that was equal to 15/24. It is. I'm a smart guy. Okay, so 7.5/12 is what that is. Weirdo. What? Okay. So 7.5/12 would be 1/2 turn. Slightly over that. Right about there. Pleased with that. And this was also all bent and fucked up. I don't really know how it's supposed to look. How it got like that. Okay. All right, now I got to put it back in. Time is of the essence. No, not really. I'd like to finish this so I can go for a ride and maybe pick up some flour tortillas from HEB or something else for dinner. Some kind of food item. They make these handmade flour tortillas there, and I can never freaking get there early enough to buy them. Someone comes and buys them all for their goddamn food truck, probably. Should be illegal. Find an actual supplier, not HEB consumer. So now this needs to fit onto these little rubber snorkels correctly, which is always a pain in the ass. I don't really know what the best way to do it is. I think probably the smaller side first. Get it inside of there so it can go deep into the cylinder head. Kind of need to use a screwdriver. A shorter. Do I have a shorter? Still trying to find a coffee shop I like around here. I went to one place and everyone was too old. I went to another place, everyone was too young. There's all the 20 and 30-year-olds hanging out at it. I guess in Austin. That's too far away. Alright, so that's in there pretty good on that side. And now, that side looks like it's in. I need to get this side. Come on. Go over that. And continue putting it on. Getting it over the lip as best I can. Okay. Come this direction a little bit. So that looks like it's basically on there. And at this point, I almost feel like it's behaving differently now. Alright, I think that needs to be right friggin' there. Whew. What time is it? 9:17. This is taking a while. These guys are back on. Before that, maybe I plug all this stuff in. There's the choke. This is a lot easier with that starter relay out of the way. Can't believe I didn't do that last time. I guess last time I was like, okay. Here's the choke. Okay, maybe use these. Does this usually go under it? Probably not. It's the thing. It's kind of useful. There we go. That's the sweet spot. Turn it like 2 turns. And that's as good as it gets. I think. I'm going to try to turn it a little bit more. Try to. Ah, fuck. See. We need the choke in as far as possible for this thing to operate correctly. Or the choke cable. Anyway, that's not in there. It's not gonna work. All right, I think it's good. Okay. Now let's throttle cable. Hook that back up. I can do that after putting the lid back on here. And that's always really fun. But the friggin' nope, this is the old lid. I don't want to use this one. Yeah. We'll have it die hard. This is the new one. Alright. Here we go. Ever so gingerly, so as to not hurt the rubber. See right there, it forces it off. It's a fucking compression release bullshit. Not any better, if anything's might be worse. Okay, oh, there we go. Perfect. That's the perfect spot. All right. Need to remember that spot on the compression release valve. Bullshit, or whatever it's called. Okay, so this should seal and not let any oil escape. This is not right container. Make sure all the washers are in there. Little oil sealing washers for these things. This is the biggest, one of the most troublesome parts of this bike, is putting this back on correctly. With the big oil gasket, rubber gasket that goes between the lid and the top of the cylinder head, and all these little rubber oil like washer, oil blocking like washer type things that go around these bolts that seal the lid or whatever the fuck this thing's called to the to the engine. Okay, so now we need size 12. Now I have it. Now I have it. Oh, there it is. You want to do this down pretty tight. Not so tight that it strips the threads that it goes into. And I can tell you that that is easy to do. Or that it squashes these rubber washers. Can't wait to get this thing back into desert regions, off-roading someday. The American Southwest. Right. Little oil pipe thingamajig with its screw, its washer, rubber wash, or rubber gasket, rubber washer. Come on, catch the threads. There we go. This could be on there a little bit tighter, but you have to use the correct extension. Alright, that's on there nice and tight. I think this little rubber hose here, forget about that. Whatever that does. Okay. Now, the spark plug, actually first the engine temperature sensor. It's always nice to have. The bike overheats. You can see it on your dash, on your heads-up display. This spark plug. All right, throttle. tube thing here. Put that back in. Need one of my little Phillips head screws. Put the cables in first. This gives me so much anxiety. I can see the cable already breaking because of this fucking the way this is. I don't have an extra throttle cable mechanism. There we go. I improved it a little bit. Excellent. Hopefully it does not continue to wear and eventually break. I know all about cables breaking. I don't know if the throttle ever broke on me. It might have. Can't remember. Maybe it was always just the clutch cables. Get on there. Trying to do it backwards. Rock and roll. And now the screw. What is this? How did I get this out? It's at an angle, like this, I guess. Shit. There we go. Uh-oh. That moved around a little bit. Forgot this thing isn't in there securely yet. Yeah, I should have done that first. Alright. Now this part is always a little time consuming. So this goes on the front. Do the front first, just theoretically, that should be easier. All right. There we go. And to make sure that this does not interfere with the operation of the throttle. Okay. Make sure the stairs up toward the top. All right, should be good. It's on there nice and snug like in the place where it's supposed to be. Now, go back side. This is all fuckered up. All right. All right, that's right where it needs to be. Kind of. It's trying to slip off. God damn it. No. It's fucking right there. Stay there. I guess it's not a huge deal if this one's not airtight because it's just pulling in air. The side of the carburetor. What the fuck? Damn it. Oh my god. No, come on. See, this is always very time consuming. Man, did I break this thing? It's always a fucking nightmare trying to get this thing back on. There we go. Oh, the screw is like totally. Oh, wonderful. Need a new one of these screws. Probably a new one of these brackets, tire brackets. like I said, this is where the air is coming in anyway. So it's not like it really needs to be that airtight, probably. All right. Cool. All right. Anything else? Oh yeah, the starter relay. Put that back in its little spot. And then plastic caps for the rotor. So this thing comes here, slide this. So gonna need to mount this. Probably. Or under it. More likely. Allow this to come back up to here. Right through here. This goes inside of here. I hate fucking around with this with the battery attached. Bend this up a little bit. There's no way that's supposed to be like that. Yeah, there we go. Now, put this back. I don't want to be fucking with it. It's all hooked up. Geez, I put this in sideways or something. Just destroying the threads. What the fuck? Or is this the wrong bolt? It's the wrong bolt, isn't it? Fuck. Ah, fuck. Yeah. There we go. Now I can put the terminals back on. This one goes over here. I need little screws to do that. Ta-da! Shit, did I fuck something up? I guess I did, didn't I? Fuck. This one, get the screw back. Okay. So this screw goes through here. And this terminal, battery terminal, goes right here to the starter relay. And the other one, very similar screw. And we gotta attach the radiator again. And if this doesn't work, I don't really know what to do. Maybe adjust the valves ever so slightly, one tooth. Although, you know, it looks like it's probably as good as it's gonna get. Okay, now this one is in here, and we have a live starter relay. Just don't touch the two sides. You'll see sparks fly. All right. Radiator, bolts. One of them is still in place down here. I will do the top one first. Come on. Let's do it by hand first. Okay. Let's start it by hand. Everything's gonna be fine. It's gonna be just fine. Or maybe not. That is not for us to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that's given us. Okay. Sufficient? Yeah. Cool. Exhausting. All right. And the finder. Oh yeah, these little plastic caps. Come home, get to bed on time. Thank God this is not completely full. Okay. This is always kind of hard. Just needs to like get tucked in there. This also needs to go under that. I wonder if these parts are manufactured in Japan for the most part, or China, some other place. Before I do that, I'm going to hook up the vacuum hose. Sometimes I feel like it's a little bit easier if the gas tank isn't secured yet. Yeah, doing all this shit so often, it drives me crazy. Just want to get it to a point where it's good. It's like years since it's been there. So after 70,000 miles, it's kind of Starts to fall apart. Come on, please. Go on, a little nipple. Come on. Get on there. Come on. Fuck, why is this so hard all of a sudden? There we go. All right, that's on there, right? Okay. Okay. Gas tank engaged. Oh shit, I forgot. Not this thing. For the tank bag. Okie doke. Now, put all the tools back. And just correct the bags. Because I'm out there on the road. If I get a flat tire or something, I'm going to want to try to fix it rather than calling a tow truck most of the time. Save $100. Or more. Everything back on there. And that was a lot of work. Very good. Repeat. Repeat. Try to spread out the weight. Okay. Is the string still going? It's now 10 p.m. Probably shouldn't be going anywhere. It looks like it is. All right. Microphones. And I'm not going to stream. My battery's doing. Pick the mic up. Back on. Put this over the shoulder. You can go under it.